Okay, now we should be live at last. New update. New update. Yo, Octavian. Let me just jump into my rig and we will start. I just need to start the game first and make sure that I turn off the music, because I reset all the settings, so like deleted all the documents in the document folder so nothing gets fucked up. Yeah, there is music, so I need to turn that off. Everything is reset. The menu doesn't want to show. There is menu. Okay. Lower that, and music off. Bam, perfect. Now just change graphic settings and I'll restart the game. I don't know which wheel I'll be using. I'll probably be using the round wheel. I also got my hands on I bought a pair of paddle shifters and I attached it to my round wheel, so I can finally drive road cars that have automatic / sequential gearboxes, and I can normally use those cars and shift gears and slide them around and drift them. And that's great. Bum. Oh wait, I haven't taken certain thing into consideration. I can't play on the in-game resolution because I'm streaming in 16:9. Okay, that will need changing. So there was already like a beta that enabled you at some point to go through all the driver academy. It wasn't public, but quite a lot of people did that. So if you saw that, you already experienced it. But from what I see, even if you download the update right now, everything gets reset. So I did all the challenges. I already went through them. But now we're back at square one, which is understandable really, because it's finally public release. And yeah, let me change the the graphics, so I'm on 16:9, so it looks normal for you. Bam, perfect. So yeah, let's just get into it, because now the first thing you do when you start a game, I already did that because I wanted to go for the first menu so I can turn off the music in the game, which would be annoying, and I would get copyright striked for that. So the moment you start the game now, you just buy your first car, you put in your profile, and obviously I bought an S2000, living the dream. Today not VR. I just wanted to be a chill, easy stream, so today not VR. The previous was VR, so you know, let's change up a bit. Plus we're gonna go through that academy. We're gonna be going through menus. So let's just see how the game is like that, right? I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll swap back into VR later. Let's just experience everything, you know. So you start as level 1. From what I saw, you get 65,000 currency, however it is. You can call it euro, dollars, whatever. Euro, dollars. And I just, yeah, and you buy a car, you can customize it, and you just get thrown back into the main menu. And the difference now is that you have your own garage, which obviously, as it is right now, it's only that. And there's a dealership with all the cars, and they are listed out for various prices. Some of them make sense, some of them don't make sense. I mean, to be fair, like, all of those prices kinda represent what sort of those cars are worth in dollars. Like, you could get an S2000 for 26k to 34 for good examples. Is M4 CSL like $160,000? Maybe, considering it's a very special version of that car. I mean, you would expect a race car to be like $500,000 for a GT2. Although it is quite a lot. So, I don't know. Let's see how the currency is gonna work. And if you want to drive them, from what I've seen, you just go to rentals, and then any of the cars, you can rent them for a certain amount of time. And from what I've seen, you just click on it, and once you rent it, the very next session you go into, you can use that car. You can get an S2000 for 6k, obviously, but you know, I want the next S2000 that actually looks still like an S2000 and drives still like an S2000. And the one for $6,000, I doubt it does that anymore. Do I like buying cars and customizing them? It depends. I mean, depending to what degree you can customize the car and what sort of car it is in game, right? Can you sell cars? I don't know. From the beta I did, earning money through that academy was extremely easy. Probably at the completion of the academy, which I did multiple runs through to just try to maximize. Nevertheless, you get a lot of money. I think if we just speedrun through academy, you can get almost like 1 million currency, right? So let's do that. But before, let me just ensure that my controls work, which I don't see they do. Okay, because the preset is not loaded. So I need to load the preset. And that works. That works. That works. That works. And that will also probably work. And my new sequential shifters, I also need to bind that. So this is up, this is down, and that needs to go down because I'm now on different settings. And that I turn off, and that I also turn off. Why would it be on 50 by default? Steering assist weight. I'll leave it on default. Fuck it. I see this didn't change yet. Wait, normal sphere. This is still all the same. This is still all the same. I'm running quite an aggressive reshade on here, so I'll just turn that off for now. Let's just get into Academy. Sports car, hypercars, and from what I understand, you also need a license to then, in the dealership, buy those different sort of cars, right? So as long as I have the money right now, I could buy a sports car, but I would not be able to buy a supercar because I don't have a license for that, right? So if I go again into the dealership, I think certain cars are gonna be, yeah, for example, here, this is the entry category. Okay, so entry category, you can have whatever you want, but sports car category, for that, I need to complete the sports car academy to unlock them. Do we have all track setups for GTR? We might maybe not have like one or two, I'm not sure. In terms of like it being the most recent setup, but the car didn't change from like 1.9.8, and for that, all of the setups should be there. I should actually put a HIMO logo somewhere at some point on the stream. Well, I'm still forgetting about that. I don't know if I get money by racing. I for sure I am getting money for just driving this, but I don't know if I actually get money for racing itself. I'm not really interested in racing the AI. There's no multiplayer so far, and like, let's be honest, for now this is just a very, very basic preview of what it would possibly look like, not necessarily how the economy itself in the game is gonna work, right? It's more about the proof of concept, not necessarily about that economy itself being balanced, right? And it doesn't have to be a grind. Also, what are those graphic settings? Oh my god. I'm gonna now have to be going through all the cars and changing those graphic settings. Or at least driver cameras. Because I remember that driver cameras in this are very weird in that they are far backwards, then higher up, and then angled way lower. That's the default camera, I noticed. And you have to forgive me, but I need to drive my sort of FOV because I'm just used to VR. So we will have tunnel vision. Ooh, a lot of sliding. Oh, there's a different brake sound. Oh yeah, I heard that. There is a different brake sound. There was also a very weird transition between the cameras where it went to like no signal. Okay. That is interesting. Oh wait, you can't hear the game, of course, because I didn't unmute the game. Yeah. I don't think necessarily it's gonna be just a grind after grind after grind. Technically, it should be naturally made in a way that as you naturally progress through the game, you also get access to more and more cars. So if you really want to have a lot of them, sure, that would have to be a grind, but just for a natural progression, not really. That's a really interesting squeaking sound. Is it now gonna give me the medals, or is it not working? Oh, so you're saying that the progression actually is there, but it doesn't show it? And it looks like UI overall is quite broken. Okay, so it does remember it, it just doesn't show it. Okay. Let me see what sort of times I can get out of it. Also, let me put on that reshade. It just looks more cinematic. I like when shit looks more cinematic. At the end of the day, it is a game. It's supposed to look good. I don't really care that blacks are like crashed a bit, but it looks more cinematic. I was playing the game a bit yesterday. I wonder if in certain cars I drove yesterday I will be able to feel the difference. I don't think there are any differences in physics. I heard there are gonna be some differences in sounds potentially. There's differences in certain cars tire selection. So I don't know if like maybe certain cars don't have hypercar tires on them anymore, or certain cars don't have supercar tires on them anymore. Well, the A110 was always under series. So let me see when we get to the last challenge. And I really like that I finally put, like I said, those shifter paddles on my round wheel that I bought. I had the round wheel, I didn't have a shifter paddles on them. Now I have, so I can just use for ACF or for road cars. It's round wheel, and I have both the shifter paddles. But now for the Cosworth, just using a shifter, right? Now the question is, oh yeah, you see, that's what I said. When I lower the FOV, now you can see where the camera is actually pointing at. The camera is actually pointing like from the top at the dashboard, and you can see that with very low FOV. It's kind of awkward. But it makes sense for an interior camera for as a default. Oh yeah. Because previously my problem was that the previous problem was that I can drive or road cars that I want with manual transmission with a round wheel. I have a leather Momo wheel that's really nice. But those road cars that are automatic transmission, 296, M4, I mean any car that I need to shift with paddles, right? I couldn't really drive them. Those I had to use my cube controls for, and it just kind of feel awkward. And sliding them around was just not really possible. What time did I really do? I don't even see. Can I use a different interior camera? I mean, I can use whatever interior camera I want, but I feel the best with this, which I know looks a bit weird because I'm driving on a very small screen. Not small, but at a 16 8x9 screen that would be window that would be like 27 inch or 24 inch. No, 27 inch, I think. But you know, if you would actually do a FOV for that sort of display, the thing is that I see right now on my display ahead of me everything in real size, and that's what I want because I'm a VR driver. No, this patch I haven't tested in VR. This is literally me testing the patch right now. Okay, so what's the goal? 36.1. Oh, that was weird. When I shifted the gear, the sound disappeared. Tons of understeer. Oh, 35.5. That's. Let me try one more. Let me see if I can get a low 35. Just to see where around the goals for that academy are right now, because right now they seem pretty easy. It looks like that first challenge was from the beginning of Brands Hatch, Paddock Hill Bend and Druids, and now this challenge is through Third Corner and is that corner called Certis? Oh shit, I completely lagged. I was looking at the chat. I had to lose way too much speed in the middle of the corner. Obviously, and I also lost tons of time on the start because I reacted to the lights so badly. Okay, let's go to the next one. I think the next one is the one where everyone, when it was in the beta, was pointing at how difficult the previous one was, but they lowered now the 3-star requirement for that. Yeah, I would assume that would be the case, that you can just rent a car that you don't have and use it online as well. But obviously it is in your own car. And you know, we just only saw the very core of what it means in this game to own a car, right? Sure, you own a car, but like I would assume where the full game is out and the whole gameplay loop is added, owning your own car is gonna be way more meaningful than, oh, I just have an ability to drive this car and customize it, right? And from what I understand, the customization in terms of what you can do with the car and maybe also modifications, not only customization but also modifications, could be even more personal. I think this game looks great also, by the way. This is a bit cloudy conditions. I think like the car model, the lighting on it, the reflection of the on the satin white paint are really nice, and then the carbon fiber completely again looks like a different material than a shiny piano black top. Look, the car model looks great, and also in the distance the game just looks nice. Invalid start. Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna see what's gonna happen. What time I can get out of it. So I remember previously the goal was a 31.2. swear this is more grip now as well. Huh. Yeah, well, it's gonna be extremely difficult to not disappoint everyone, because people are gonna be expecting that this game out of the box is basically gonna be like even better Assetto Corsa with mods. Bro, Assetto Corsa has been out for 10 years, and majority of the mods that people were developed by multiple thousands of different people working on different little things of the game, and Kunos is a small team that has to develop entirety of that game, right? And like, you can't please everyone, but it's also that this is only the beginning, and this is only a base, and the finished game is also gonna be only still a beginning and only a base. It's just that at that point it's gonna be released as a actual product, not early access to one. That's true, but didn't they already say that they multiple times that they will consider it, and they are aware that there needs to be something done about allowing modding in that community, but without really violating any like specific, you know, licensing agreements and potential issues that could arise there. Like, you cannot just expect a car game with licensed content to be fully open for modding for anyone to implement anything into that game that Kunos is selling as a profitable product. That's just, which is also a multiplayer experience. There's no way you could act like that. We're still a full year away from that, so... But like, well, okay, well, if you think the project is too big for them, then like, but what are you basing it on? We saw a version 0.1 of the game, which is supposed to be very limited content, because they can't grasp and base an early access on releasing everything at once and then trying to fix everything at once. It needs to be built up slowly. It's not to say that the content that isn't gonna be there. Like, this game is gonna have so much more. Oh, by the way, this time around it actually showed me the result, which is interesting. I don't think there's anything shady about it. If you want to incorporate into a game online mechanic where you as a player own certain vehicles and want to use those vehicles that you want online, like, there needs to be a sort of a backend and access to server that will confirm that this particular player has access to given content. And if you want to drive offline, you can do that. Look at the amount of money I'm making. I just did a few random runs in a sports car category, and I already made the amount of money for that S2000 that I just bought at the beginning of the game. So, well, we know. Well, we don't really know, but from the leaked Reddit post, there are supposed to be, I think, confirmed 2 GT3s in the game, which is fine because it's not a racing game, it's a driving game. Yes, looking again down at the dashboard. The problem with AC is that they have right now they are still selling and benefiting from selling one extremely successful product, which does different. Well, that was already 3 stars. That does one completely different thing from what the other quite successful product that they say also does, and now. How do you now expect to make something new and suddenly please everyone? Like you're saying yourself that, oh, it's too big of a project for them, but you are the one who is requesting that big amount of content from them. So do you want them to do their own project, or do you want them to just please everyone, which is impossible? It's a utopia. And all of this discussion is based on 0.1 version of a early access, which in its sense doesn't show you the content of the game. It shows you a small, extremely limited amount of it just for the purpose of testing and development of the engine and the core game. Literally nothing is known of what the game actually is gonna look like, how the in-game how the gameplay loop is gonna look like. Nothing is known, and everyone is just saying, oh, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, they're not gonna do this, they're not gonna do that. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, literally everything is unknown. Let's just focus on what we have, which is the core game engine, which, considering it's version 0.1 and it's just exited the core development, works great. With every update it's being updated. It looks crisp, so crisp, and it's so good compared to all the other TAAA and upscaling bullshit that is there in current game industry. And the game just drives well, and it's a driving game, and that's what we're supposed to test there. So yeah, I think there's a lot to be excited about, and not that much to really argue, because everything else that someone wants to argue about is just an unknown, and most probably will end up being a good driving game. Yeah. Oh, that's also true, Octavian. I mean, in fact, I never even thought about it, but you're absolutely right that people probably didn't even see what Kunos themselves said and showed on ADAC Expo themselves, and they're like, oh, this is the game and it's gonna be barely improved. What? Like, we're seeing probably less than a tenth of the content that's gonna be in this game with absolutely zero gameplay loop, zero working economy, no multiplayer. There's literally nothing in this game so far apart from the core engine and driving, and just the core of it as well, just to check if the whole stuff just works as a game engine. I would say this isn't even a game demo. This is a game engine demo. I think maybe I also think that it drives really well because you have to understand how it drives and what it lacks, but also at this 48 seconds, that was not what I did. Anyway, you need to understand what's already there and how it feels, and you need to understand what isn't there and why whatever you're feeling might be affected by it. And now, from that information, extrapolate if what you would like it to feel like is caused because there's some stuff not in it, but that's set yet to come, or is it because whatever already is in it is flawed. And in my opinion, and I've driven a lot of this game so far, the stuff that's already in it, driving wise, is really good, apart from the throttle model, which is just not there. But there's other stuff that, oh, I would like it to be a bit different. Oh wait, I start engaging in a discussion about this game's development, and I find out that this shit is just not yet in the physics of the game and it's yet to come. Well, it's early access, so that's understandable that that's gonna be like that. So it's tough to judge physics as it is because you need to understand what you're even looking at in the first place. Invalid start. Why am I hot lapping this? Let's just go to that Alpine. Well, the thing is with original AC, it drives so well because everything that's in it is, for a time, it was quite groundbreaking, but it was already 11 years ago, and the development started even earlier, presumably. But as of now, original Assetto, I would say, is quite simplistic in how it drives. Now the thing is that whatever it gives you is really good, and it also translates the very core of how the car should handle and behave really well. Like, really well. That's why it gives you the very best so far core feeling of what it's like to drive the car. Now the thing is, that still makes it be flawed in a way that it doesn't include certain other more nuanced characteristics of those car behaviors, because it just doesn't have them, that doesn't simulate them. And AC Evo not only adds more and more stuff that's simulated in more depth, but like so many other new sims that are just trying to do more and more and more. And the good thing about original Assetto is that it did the core thing so good that it almost felt like there's no need to add anything anymore. But Kunos wants to do not the best driving game in terms of it feels the best, it's the most fun. They want to simulate the car as best as possible. They want to also develop the technology for it, as I understand it. So you can see why they would want to develop ACF as they are and make the simulation be actually more, well, I don't know how to call it. Well, just let the simulation be more of a actual simulation. Rather than the best approximation of it. Right? Oh, really understeering. Oh shit, I was reading chat. There's also that new brake sound. Ooh. Reading chat is not easy. But sorry, GD, I don't understand the last message that you sent. What is the sin for enthusiasts for screwing the multiplayer? I mean, that's a great result. Like, let's look objectively at what core Assetto Corsa is as a game, like without any mods. Let's say community never got their hands of it and original Assetto Corsa is released right now as Assetto Corsa, not as Assetto Corsa with Soul, shaders patch, millions of mods, content manager, millions of servers. Like, it's such a simplistic game at its core. Everything that Assetto Corsa is praised for is everything that community made out of that game because of the very core that's very good in it. And suddenly people are expecting Kunos themselves to develop that work that a community of thousands of people did out of, I don't know, out of where, from a 30 people studio in a game that's in an early access out of 1 year of release, or in Assetto Corsa Competizione, where Assetto Corsa Competizione was never about modding or community driving, and it's still but was rather about multiplayer racing, and it was, after iRacing, second best sim to do that. So, like, exactly, like what Octavian says, like, it doesn't take away from what Assetto Corsa original is. It's a great driving game, but as a core only Assetto Corsa content, there's literally nothing really in it. But you're complaining about ACC multiplayer when it has 5,000 people daily doing that, when other sims are barely trying to stay above 1,000. Apart from iRacing, it has the biggest online racing community, tons of different leagues, different communities, tons of endurance racing, big esports scene up until now at least. It had huge esports scene. I made entire fucking living out of driving that sim and racing it online on the esports sim. How can you say that an ACC is a flop as a multiplayer when, like, what are you comparing it to? To your utopian expectation of what a great online experience should be? I mean, like, would you say a original Assetto is a better multiplayer experience for racing and a better sim for racing? Because there's no racing features in original Assetto Corsa, not even added with mods. So yes, but it goes hand in hand. Like, to have good multiplayer experience, you also need to be able to drive it with a great game. But like, I love ACC multiplayer experience because I would not be able to get that multiplayer experience without ACC's physics and how it can handle endurance racing, and with the community that is enabling that. Like, you can't have just one and focus on one aspect, because you need all of them plus the community of people to do that. Like, the game on its own is not gonna give you that. What is gonna be a game that gives you, hey, you can do that, but nobody wants to play it? What's gonna be a game that at its core maybe has those features and is a good game at the core, but then doesn't have community and amount of people in it involved to make it worthwhile? Like, you need all three. You need good multiplayer integration, you need good game physics and gameplay loop that is compelling for multiple people to play it at the same time together, and then on top of that you have to have just the size and numbers of just amount of people for the community itself to take care and enable all of that multiplayer to flow and work. Yes. Okay, but GG Virus, what is your point in this? That's the thing with every single game. If there wasn't people that are willing to get scammed by iRacing pricing model, iRacing wouldn't exist. If there wouldn't be people willing to mod original Assetto Corsa, it would be a dogshit multiplayer experience, even though the core game is really good. Like, Assetto Corsa Evo so far doesn't look like it could be that, because, like, there's nothing to do in it. But there's nothing to do in it because there isn't even it planned to be right now any gameplay loop in it as of 01 early access release, because it's not supposed to be still a game. So far it's an early access to test how the game engine and driving works. It's literally a glorified demo, nothing more than that. It's not even a beta, it's a glorified demo. If you want to talk numbers and say that ACC isn't really doing well what it's doing, and there are others, and that previous Assetto could do it better. I mean, do you have like if original Assetto Corsa has 19,000 players and ACC has 5,000 players, how many of the 19,000 players are racing online GT3s in original Assetto Corsa? I did exact mistake again reading chat and completely forgot to brake in the road car, and I just broke the braking point on the GT3. Like, how many people? Yeah, but so you can see here with iRacing, if you have one part that is so fucking good that you can completely forget about like in iRacing, you have 2 out of 3. Like, if you have only one, you can't do shit because you have only one. If you have 2, you can do quite well because with 2 you can forget about the last one, right? So in iRacing, you have really dodgy and shitty physics, but you have great multiplayer implementation and great community that knows how to use that multiplayer implementation and build upon it with further esport events, leagues, events that are based being done and driven on that sim, right? But the driving itself is quite shit. Then you have Assetto Corsa, where the core game is really nice, there's a great community again around it, and the multiplayer implementation that's just in the game itself isn't the greatest, but enables all the features that enable the community to enjoy that game score that's there really, really well, and it still pulls decent numbers. Then you it goes the same for Assetto Corsa to even better extent for original Assetto Corsa. You have huge community, great content, then you have great content that's made by that very same community because of modding, and the multiplayer implementation that's there is absolutely dog shit. It's almost non-existent, but it still keeps on going because the content and the community is so great. So you like what could be now the sim that has great multiplayer implementation, quite decent driving, but lacks community? Well, you could say that for the longest time, that could be either R Factor or AMS. Like, they're getting bigger in numbers, but they will never really took off. R Factor kinda got their numbers up and up with LMU. AMS kinda got their numbers up and up with recent patches, but up until those recent patches, if you think about it, they had decent-ish content, they had decent-ish multiplayer integration. I mean, all of those pieces were there in place, but there wasn't any community to drive those events in the first place, and it kind of fell dead, right? Like, so you have many examples that you can have 2 things, and then you're able to completely forget about the last one. You can have the games that, like, for example, completely flop. I don't know, Rensport. I mean, you could argue that someone enjoys driving it. You could say that there's a decent multiplayer integration in Rensport. Okay, so there's a really good multiplayer integration in Rensport. Literally nobody wants to play it because it's a dog shit game. So and then you have only one cog, and that one cog isn't enough to make entire machine work.
where does Evo sit in the environment? Evo isn't even a released game. Like, that's my problem that I'm talking about the whole time. People are expecting to put Evo somewhere in there, but the thing is that Evo doesn't even have pieces in place to even place it anywhere. Why are we supposed to judge a game or where it's gonna be and how the community is gonna handle that game if there is no content to be placed there? And no community, because it's an early access. The game isn't really released to like broad public, and there is no multiplayer integration because it hasn't been put in the game yet. Why are you trying to judge it even though those pieces are not in place yet? We're in early access, just fucking wait. Like, you're trying to make it as if you could judge it already and you could already place a verdict of where it's gonna be. You can't. It's impossible as it is. If you say that oh, they're wrong because they haven't released multiplayer yet. Oh, they're wrong because the driving isn't as good as they see it. Oh, they're wrong because, well, the game is decent, but it's still in small numbers. What the fuck do you expect? It's small numbers because it's still early access. It doesn't have multiplayer because it's gonna be later because it's early access, and it doesn't have the best. It has great driving, but it doesn't have the best driving of what it could be because it still isn't completed yet. Like, fucking underestimated piece of shit. Oh, what is that truck cut? I mean, well, you say that you're not judging it, but you're sort of complaining or trying to place it and compare it to different sims that are not completed yet. Like, what is this even based on? That's my question. Well, if you want to compare, you can compare apples to apples. Like, it's like trying to compare original Assetto Corsa multiplayer integration to iRacing multiplayer integration. Like, one of them just could as well not exist, and it would be Assetto Corsa. Well, it is a great multiplayer game after all, isn't it? So like. And it's because it has a finished product, it has tons of content, and it therefore can work as a certain environment. Yeah, but then, for example, you're complaining about ACC, but what are you then comparing that ACC to? To original Assetto Corsa? To iRacing? But then, okay, if you want to make that iRacing, then are we gonna completely forget that iRacing works online because it is supposed to be an online platform that particularly specializes in making the online experience the best, even though the driving could be shit? But like, ACC online experience is based on not delivering the best multiplayer experience, but works because the content in it is so good that it attracts people to play that content together. Like you're not comparing you're comparing similar amount of people playing similar type of game, but they play together same type of game for different reasons. One group of people plays game together because they think it's a really fucking great driving sim, let's race it all together. Another group of people is like, wow, this has really great racing integration, let's race this together. Like, there are completely different really things. So I don't know what I did. Okay, let me do that. Man. Okay. So you are worried that they're gonna screw up something that this game should be about, because they screwed up ACC's multiplayer. But ACC's multiplayer was supposed to be what ACC's multiplayer ended up being entire time. It was supposed to be a game that could be a platform for competitive racing and organized racing, or very chill public racing with access to public servers straight away in the game. Very easy. That's literally what it is. It was never supposed to be iRacing competitor. It was always supposed to be just a spin-off, a small spin-off of original Assetto Corsa. And ACC, as it is, exceeded the expectations of Kunos themselves. Because it was supposed to be a small spin-off. And the fact that they did so much leagues and so much esports competition on ACC is absolutely astonishing. And the multiplayer experience that community got out of this game was amazing, and it was never supposed to be the core of that game. The core of that game was supposed to be the best GT3 simulation, and that's what it was the best at. And now this game is supposed to be the best at driving a car and drivers and people's interaction through multiplayer and open world. But you're basing your worries that they can handle that based that they failed to do something in a previous product when they didn't even focus on maximizing that part in the first place. So that would be like, oh, I'm worried that iRacing is gonna screw up next tire model because, I don't know, because their graphics are shit. What? This lap was kind of slow. Also, why does it say result failed? I swear something is bugged out because it says result failed, but I think that was the... Yeah, I completed it. Let me try it one last time. Yeah, well, but saying like, oh yeah, AC was very popular before mods is like, yeah, sure, AC was popular before mods, but it wasn't 19,000 people popular before mods. It was like 1,000 people popular before mods. Hey, that's better. That's like almost full 2 seconds faster than the goal. Yeah, but we're always talking about a very niche market. So for Assetto Corsa to have the success it have, is like we're comparing completely different worlds of numbers. It's like, again, comparing like suddenly numbers of Assetto Corsa to, let's say, now Gran Turismo. But this is another completely different leagues of numbers because it's accessible to so much more people. So first you have a small niche of like AMS 1, right, or something like that, or F Factor. Then you have Assetto Corsa that launches within that niche, but then the community makes the game be so much more than the original intent that it appeals to a different type of audience and a broader type of audience, but it would not be able to do that without mods, and especially without the community, because allowing mods is one thing, allowing community making this shit up over years, and I mean years, is another thing. And then there's like, you know, thousands, if not millions of dollars that Sony can spend into developing a PlayStation racing game, and that being available to everyone. Well, I'm mentioning GT7 that why would anyone compete with GT7? I mean that you can't compete with GT7 right now, and nobody should even try. It's a different type of game. Because as much as those two could be compared in a certain sense, Gran Turismo will always focus and maximize the presentation of the game, the vibe of the game, but it will always, to a degree, remain accessible in terms of the driving experience. It will always be that, because it's Gran Turismo. Assetto Corsa game, as much as they want to implement a gameplay loop into it, make people want to play a more extreme sim, it will always be a sim, and at its core is gonna be a niche product. And at its core, Gran Turismo isn't a niche product. So I don't think you can compare Gran Turismo and something like Assetto Corsa and PC Sims altogether, because they are targeted at a different audience, and they are set from the beginning as from its concept to be limited to be sold to a smaller amount of people. You can try to expand it by developing content for it, but at the end of the day, no matter how much content you pour into it, you can see that with original Assetto Corsa, which is literally unlimited content, you're still looking at numbers that a console racing game will absolutely obliterate. So I'm just like showing the example of the comparison between like something like a very niche racing sim compared to original Assetto Corsa as a big, huge driving game where you can do so much stuff and community creates so much more content to it. So comparing a niche, smaller sim that's way more focused to Assetto Corsa, which is a very big game, it's like comparing a smaller in comparison Assetto Corsa that's very focused to then a GT7 that's made for bigger, broader audience. Way broader audience. I think some people are playing Forza Motorsport. Or must be an interesting experience. Oh shit. Sorry, GD Virus, are you still talking about ACC or AC Evo? Originally AC. I am lost at this point. I mean, talking about Unreal Engine, that's obviously about ACC. I mean, that was a fuck up, but it was because it wasn't supposed to be a long-lasting project anyway. It was supposed to be a spin-off, so they took a... I think that's how it worked, that they just picked up an Unreal Engine because they didn't have to develop a new one. So while they would be building this game, they would just, in the meantime, do a spin-off on Unreal Engine. But because of COVID, it just became popular. So they had to persevere. It's easy to say it with hindsight. It's also like, oh, they should not have went with Unreal Engine. Okay, but if they don't go with Unreal Engine, then and they want to develop their own engine for ACC, then they're creating an entire engine for a very niche sim that at the beginning wasn't even supposed to last that long as it lasted, and if not COVID, it wouldn't. And they need to pour money into it with no guarantee that it's gonna that they can get it back, but by selling a dedicated GT3 sim, which is popular, but it's still a very limited amount type of experience. So like, it's easy to say with hindsight, oh yeah, that was a mistake. Okay, but like, if you do something else, then you either have to wait a lot and you get a completely different product. So if they would have to develop entire engine for ACC, it would be a completely different game, released in a completely different time period, with a completely different scope of what actually it would simulate and could simulate, and potentially with, again, if they would have to focus way more on developing that engine, then whatever they did in ACC that using Unreal Engine enabled them to just put the time initially into, maybe it would not have happened. It's so easy to just say with hindsight. Give me wipers. Like, we could be, and the thing is that it's so easy to say it with hindsight, and right now all of us are discussing and maybe even arguing to a point about stuff that can only be judged with a hindsight, and we're talking about the game that's gonna release only at the end of the year. So it's a very comedic. Wait, what? 3 stars? What the fuck? No way. I think it's still bugged. Oh yeah, because it was 50.1, so it was for that previous thing. I'm just gonna focus on driving the game. I can't be asked anymore to talk about this shit. I don't even know if there's a wet line in this. Game offline. Well, it showed the game offline, did it? But did it give me stars? It did. On to the next one. Yeah, GGvirus. AC Evo is built on completely new, developed by Kunos engine. That's the whole point of early access, is to test if that engine works as intended. Let me see how deep into 27s I can get. 30 for free. It looks like this is like now bugged and it shows the always the results of the previous one. Let me try to restart the game. Maybe it will fix it. Vehicles, Academy, licenses, sports cars. Let me try it again. Okay. It's 6. Why was that 28.6? I guess because the start was so shit. But now at least it shows the time properly. Oh yeah, 27.5. That start previously was absolutely awful. Now, Rivazzas. Okay. Just failed to put it into gear. I don't think, no, not really. I mean, I think physics are the same. I don't see the reason why they would be different. Well, okay. Actual brain malfunction then. Oh, the gearbox in this car is so bad. Also so bad. I don't think physics are any different. There's different sounds. I think there's different like limitations in what tires certain cars could or could not use. But I don't think there is any actual difference in physics themselves. And the fact that this car is open diff is a sin. That is a sin. No, not implementing a good multiplayer at its base to ACC wasn't a sin, but making this car be open differential, that is a sin. Show us the lap. So, as it is, I see the idea is kind of nice that different weather conditions, different cars, but it's like lap by lap doing different challenges and in a way sort of learning the track and then doing the full lap at the end. But although I like it in Gran Turismo in a way that, oh my god. It's more based on not necessarily a specific type of corner, but specific type of driving scenario. I don't know if they're planning to like implement more different kinds of scenarios that and challenges, or is that it? Is that how it's gonna be structured in the end? I don't think they adjusted that. It's also that the road tires are supposed to be extremely susceptible to thermal degradation, but there is no thermal so far in the physics. No, there are thermals in the physics, they don't have effect on grip, right? So I would expect when we finally get that update, that's gonna be like hugely different, because then both the temperature of the tire is gonna actually affect how you drive that tire, and then the surface temperature that's spiking mid-corner, especially in heavy cars, is gonna change their balance. And then also as you slide the car, be it the front axle or the rear axle or singular wheels, those their grip will change in time, and their grip will spike up and down and affect grip accordingly on the surface, right? So yeah, well, right now it's the exact opposite, because anything you do with the temperature of the tire doesn't affect its grip whatsoever, like nada. I think, or maybe a little, but it affects pressures. You can feel the pressures are obviously changing, but that's a slower process and less noticeable. Shit. Yeah, the challenges are fixed setup. How does the front end feel? The same as before. Okay, I don't care about the time, I'm just gonna show you and tell you. So the front end feels very responsive in the middle, bearing in mind that there's a heavy car on soft suspension on top of that, because it's a road car. So it responds quite early. It gets into its peak slip angle quite early. Like right now I can already feel that it was on the limit, or approaching the limit of the front slip angle. In trail braking phases you can easily overpower the front tire if you try working it too high in both directions. And you can see if I turn, it gets stuck into ABS and plows, rather than loading up the front end and biting more. And if I overdrive the car, then it becomes dead, because I'm overdriving the car and over pushing the front end. Like if I do something like this, it feels absolutely awful, and if I do something like this, it also feels absolutely awful. and you can see the tire is also complaining on the tire temperature graph or UI, well, because it's doing the word extremely high slip angle. Well, you could see, for example, there on the exit, ever so slightly too much steering, and then the car gets unsettled, and you can see that, oh yeah, that was too much steering, because then the car just snaps. Wait, what? The cup car at the end has ABS now. Bollocks. Okay, now Ferrari. Optimum, it says. I think it's different weather than before as well. I swear it was more sunny the other time I drove it. Yeah. It's damp and slippery. It doesn't say anywhere that it's damp and slippery, but it is damp and slippery. Oh, okay, it says dump on the license page. Fair enough. Yep. Oh, also, why is my steering so unresponsive and unaligned? Am I driving the whole time with like wrong rotation? I potentially am, maybe not. I was driving with whatever was close enough for previous cars, because I never noticed. Oh, I mean, Gamer Master is completely delusional in this. Okay. The thing is, I do not understand what Gamer Master says about what he calls a subtle front-end feel in Assetto Corsa 1, because the front-end feel in Assetto Corsa 1 is not subtle. There's tons of front-end feel in Assetto Corsa 1, like almost too much. And that's why he enjoys it, because there's a lot of it. And then he says that it doesn't exist in other sims. It does. There's way less of it. You need to understand how to how to deduct from the information the steering is giving you how much actual grip there is. It's not a simple, oh shit, I went over the limit, the forces in the steering wheel suddenly disappear. That's not subtle. I love James, he's a great content creator, I love him as a guy. But damn, sometimes he's just a bellend. Okay. Next set of corners. I think it's gonna be all the way up to corkscrew, from what I remember. Yep. He can have his own opinion, but it's very annoying when he starts to call himself an expert and attempts to educate people when he just doesn't have enough feel and driving competence to really say that. He can have a lot of experience, he can be relatable to many average sim racers. I think that's also why many people to an extent agree with him, because whatever he's feeling and he's explaining is relatable. I mean, at the end of the day, many people don't know how cars drive and how they're supposed to drive and how they're supposed to feel, and that's good. But whenever you're trying to educate them, well, it shouldn't be the guy that is one of them, right? Okay, beat it by a second. Hello, hi Tim. Yeah, like Morad is an interesting example because I don't doubt his competence in a race car, and I don't doubt that in a race car, when he can feel stuff, he understands it. But the thing is that he clearly shows that in a sim, he doesn't feel it. And then whatever experience he has and whatever understanding of the car he has, which I'm sure he does, I don't think he can properly explain it because he just doesn't feel it. And the stuff is about sim racers, really good ones, have that sixth sense that we can feel and understand whatever the car is doing without the information that, for example, real car drivers get. You have all the other information, and we can use all that other information to extrapolate out of that information a very detailed image almost in our head of whatever the hell the car is doing at the moment. Esports guys are really good at that they have and it's also the case with really good IRL racing drivers, that it's important to have a very good understanding of what is actually happening underneath me of the car. And the thing is that real racing drivers do have that understanding, but sometimes they can't extrapolate that understanding when they have a very limited feel for it because they are not used to it, and that's normal. And then, for example, James Baldwin, he does both, and I trust him so much more because he is able to translate to me, and we speak the same language. We can communicate on the same wavelength because I understand that he understands how to understand the car in a sim, and at the same time he can understand how to control it and understand it in reality. For example, when we went to when we were doing SimPro, that LAN event during GT World Challenge races, I wasn't the one who was coaching many drivers, but I was there and I was listening and I heard some stories, and I can overall say what was genuinely the approach of certain drivers. Some of them didn't care, some of them did care, but when you put a real racing driver in a sim, it's very interesting to see how straight away they are trying to drive a car in an instinctive way. Like, you can see how much experience they have and how much feel they're looking for, but then they're lacking it, and then they start doing mistakes, and you're like, ha ha ha, he's a real racing driver, but look, he's driving shit. Well, if you know what you're looking at, you can see, oh damn, this guy knows shit, but I can also see that he doesn't understand how to read whatever the car is trying to tell him in a sim, but you can so much see whatever he's trying to achieve, and that his technique is genuinely really good, right? And that was the case with real racing drivers, that they had so much technique and so much understanding of the car, but they couldn't understand that very car in a sim because they were just not used to not only feeling it through, or rather not feeling it through their body, but also looking at it through a different perspective, through a single screen, without depth perception. It was a completely different world for them, right? But then at the same time, you're trying to work with them, and their thought process of, like, you're trying to explain them, do this, do that, and they straight away get it because they're a racing driver. They understand what you're asking them out of, because it's not that you're trying to, like, for example, coach a slow sim racer who doesn't know how the car should be driven, and then explaining to them how the car should be driven is a lot more difficult. For them, it's a different type of coaching that would be then necessary, because now you're trying to explain to them how to use the knowledge they already have and the understanding of car dynamics they already have, how to adjust it to a sim world, but not only how to adjust the driving itself to the sim world, how to also adjust how they're reading the reality they're controlling, right? Or in this case, virtual reality. I'm not talking about VR, right? But in virtual environment that they're trying to control. Why am I doing this challenge again? I don't know. I'm just gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. The start was absolutely dog shit. Wait, what? It didn't give me stars. Well, I guess I am doing it after all. What a start. Pre-fired on that upshift, but it was just perfect. fast. Yeah. Like right now it looks goofy how I'm playing, but that's the correct FOV for me on my screens as it is right now. Because everything for me as I look at it is real size. But for example, many people that are primarily just sim racing, like higher FOV will give you, well, higher field of view. You'll see more shit that's around you, and peripheral vision is very important to driving a car. In a way, yes, you look far forward down the road, but then that peripheral vision gives you an information of where you are at this given moment, and then how you can compare. Okay, I'm looking there at the distance far into this, and that's where I want to find myself. But you need to at the same time compare where you are currently right now with what you see a bit with your peripheral vision, and then you your brain can like create almost a path from where you are to where you are gonna be, and you're just driving throughout that line, and then your car placement in that way becomes so much easier, right? And just for racing, for seeing more, for being on a single screen, like racing like that, oh hell no, I could never, right? And your brain can get used to looking at stuff that's at a different scale, that's a bit distorted. It's fine, but when you just put someone in a sim that's used to looking at stuff in the distance, in reality, at real size, suddenly they sit in a cockpit, low in a cockpit, suddenly they sit in a car, like either like high in the cockpit, far away, with a lot of FOV, or like, you put them low in the cockpit with like FOV like this, and like, this is not their world. Like, that's not how you perceive the car. Like, you could say, oh yeah, like this sort of stuff is in a peripheral view of a racing driver when he's sitting in a car. Yeah, but like the screen in front of me isn't in that space, in that view. My screen ahead of me it would be right here, would be put on the dash of the car, standing right here. That's what I want to see. That's what my screen should be showing me. I don't think the screen should be showing me an approximation of what a driver with his whole vision would see. I would say the screen should show me what the driver would see if the screen was literally put in front of him right here, because that's where it is in front of me. It's literally on the desk ahead of me, 50 centimeters ahead of me. So that's what I would want it to be. This. So I can't put my hand on it, but there's something different looking in the game this time around. It just looks different in this patch. Well, it was really bad and it was almost already 3 stars. This Ferrari is also a really fast car, and it's way too fast for what it should be. It's very crazy, and it also seems like it doesn't have properly working diff so far. Or maybe it is working, but there's other stuff not in place for the car to properly behave when oversteering, especially. Maybe drive on more. I want to get into 22s. Leclerc or Hamilton? We'll see. I think they're both It's gonna be an interesting comparison. I'll get to the conversation in a sec. Let me just finish this first. So, I didn't like look at Leclerc's driving specifically, but to an extent I feel like he could be driven in the same way, although Hamilton way more so. Hamilton seems to be a driver that it's all about, let's call it vibes for him. When Hamilton is feeling great, when there's when everything is going well, when he's in a flow, when there's a good positivity, car is working great, everything is falling into his hands, right? Then that positivity seems to like bring the best in him. Like suddenly it enables him to compete at an amazing level. Like he's gonna be a generation driver. But then when something suddenly is gonna start being a barrier for him, and something is gonna stop him from showing what he can do, he's gonna start being like a little depressed. What's gonna be the word? It's gonna like demotivate him, right? So like good vibes and everything going well is gonna motivate him even more to drive even more. But then those bad vibes are gonna like demotivate him, and suddenly he's gonna lose all his aura and all his driving ability, and right? And you could see that like some of the races in the Merc, you could say, yeah, he's the dominant car and everything was working well, but you can't deny that he was also driving ridiculously well in those cars. But then you see suddenly the season when he's up against it, and suddenly his armor is cracking, right? And suddenly it's literally vibes and aura about Hamilton. When there's good vibes, he has great aura. When there's bad vibes, he loses aura. That's literally the best explanation for Gen Z I can give about Hamilton. I think Leclerc is a weird one, cause for him it could be like either way. I don't understand the guy. It could be either way. And then like for example Max I think is the type of guy who, when he's up against it, he's suddenly gonna show his best and show how he is the best to handle those bad situations. But when he gets angry, that's when he's gonna do making mistakes. But making Max angry, that's difficult. But yeah, Max thrives under pressure. Under pressure, Max will perform, and in not only pressure, but like those under motivating situations, Max will still perform. It's different about like a situation where he gets angry, but he will perform no matter what. Did I just launch the same challenge? No, I guess it just starts in the same place. Or maybe with a less run-up up to corkscrew. Likewise, I was never a fan of Hamilton, but I can't deny that whenever shit is going well for him, he does perform, and he's a great driver then. But like I said, when the vibes are then going down, he loses all the aura, and suddenly the driving isn't as good as possible. And I don't think you can call him because of that the greatest of all time, because when he performs and when there's a situation that enables him to perform, he does. But like, if he would be the greatest, he would be able to perform no matter what. And you see him, if the car is not really good, if the car is underperforming, if the car isn't set up well, he's gonna start complaining. He's gonna be like, oh, this is not well, this is not well, and he loses the motivation to perform at his best. While other drivers would then be like still, oh, this is not good, but they will do their best to overcome that, right? And Lewis is like, he is almost only capable of delivering that peak amazing performance, which is then one of the all-time greats, ridiculously great driving performance, hands down, but only then. And I fear with Hamilton going to the Ferrari, it's going to be, that's why I was saying initially, my reaction was it's going to be an interesting comparison, Leclerc to Hamilton, because, for example, Russell, I don't know, I think from Williams, he kind of learned to be the type of driver that he's always up against it, right? And then when he went against Hamilton, we suddenly saw that whenever Merc was bad, it seemed like Russell was kind of better off, and Hamilton had tons of, sometimes it was good, right? But he had tons of those races when Hamilton was totally demotivated, he had like bad setup, the workflow wasn't there, he was just underperforming, right? And then there were races when, wow, Merc is suddenly a good car, Lewis is feeling the vibes, and suddenly Lewis is also performing even in that weird new modern era cars that were really iffy in the Merc side, in the Merc camp, right? Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were bad, but yeah, I agree, Octavian. It sort of makes sense with age, I would say. Maybe. I'm not old enough to judge. But I think it makes sense. But it's also that he really only achieved the very peak. I mean, you can't say that he really only achieved the peak of his performance late in his career. It's too tough to compare. But that's when his results really came, right? And right now, I mean, he is getting old. He's been driving for a long, long while. So... Okay, Tim. Thank you for that valuable information. Yeah, I mean, he's been driving for long, and like I said, he had the car and an environment around him that allowed him to perform in the environment where he thrives. So all those achievements make it look so great, especially if you combine it with a car, not only the car, but the whole environment that lasted for so long. So if that environment lasted for so long, obviously the peak Lewis performance lasted for so long, right? No apexes were hit during this lap. Fuck me, I'm missing everything. Woo. below 2 seconds, and it's a 130 from a standstill. I mean, like, this game is so fast, because that car would do 130 around Laguna Seca on a flying lap, but it was from a fucking standstill. A good old put every F1 driver in a 190. Never seen that before. Who would do that? Nice. Also, holy shit, the base pressures are getting so high over the lap. Oh, it's tough to say, Tim. There's a lot of good cars in this. Well, I think it would be MX-5 Cup talking about. MX-5 Cup. There's this. It's gonna be really good fun. Oh, in ACC? In ACC he would get smoked. Oh, IRL, I would get, I would, my ass would get so whooped IRL. Even if I probably practiced and got experience, I would probably get whooped by him. In the sim, he would have no chance. None. No, there's a wet line in this. The inside definitely seems slippery, but at the same time it's an optimum line. And from what I remember when I did it there, this outside here just grips, and then yeah, if I cross the line it just snaps. But at the same time I've beaten it on the first try, even with the spin. the weight in this seems really weird because I don't know where so far on the track the rubber is laid down. It seems like the track grip is quite unanimous throughout the surface. So I don't know if in the wet there's any rubber somewhere or if it is there's little of it and it also has a little difference then from rubber to non-rubber. There's also some standing water, but without really cars driving over the track, the track is also saturated in also quite a unanimous way. So far it's tough to judge rain driving. Yeah, because Max is just a gamer, so... It was definitely not faster than taking a conventional line. I just take it tight. It also just grips. I just have to put it straight. I remember, I think when I fully sweated in VR before the beta came out. Sorry, when the beta came, when the beta of this came out, right? I got into 46s on this because I was like, I need to try and maximize this. Well, I think Max is just good friends with some of the guys from Team Redline, and maybe he even owns some part of the Team Redline, if not quite a bit of it. I don't know. I'm not aware of this that stuff and how it is. Ooh, why is my car rolling? But you know, that's the reason for him to play iRacing, because all of his mates there play iRacing. Oh yeah, I need to attack it way more. How is the goal for it a 44.5? Want to try that again. Nah. I wish. Still too little speed, which is that this car has so much grip. Spa. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's Spa. I've been every year to Spa since 2020. So probably. Yeah, maybe that's a bit too much. Assetto Corsa Evo. Bonk. Way too little speed this time around. Yeah, me neither. I am completely confused to what the fuck I'm actually reading and trying to understand. I probably shouldn't even understand it, but oh yeah, the imagery is nice. I mean, I don't know. When you're trying to talk with people, it's good to trying to it's good to being able to understand what they're saying. So I understand why he cares, but okay. How dare you attempt to understand him, Tim? How dare you? So am I actually like getting level and money? I think I should be, right? It's just that it's not showing up. Yeah, I'm now level 8 with 637,000. Oh shit. Reading chat. Bad start. I'm tryharding this way too much. Yeah, well, you see, for you it's bullshit, but then you care a lot for this game to have a multiplayer well executed. But imagine that there are people who don't give a fuck about well executed multiplayer and that want features like that. So, just saying, let's not go back there, but I'm just saying. Yeah, they did say that. Time for a lap. Wait, I want to check something. We are running those settings. Okay. Okay. There was already a huge debacle of what will happen with SimGrid and their servers. How is it? Yeah. From what I understand, it's like you want to self-host, you can self-host, and then the in-game multiplayer is gonna be made by SimGrid. Which is good because SimGrid know what the fuck they're doing, because it's SimGrid. No, that's what SimGrid is gonna do. If Kunos does that, then we're doomed because they're really bad at it. Let's try this again. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Generational upshift. Now, I think this is gonna be now the worst sequence in entire academy. I think this is just like, because where, with what else car you do mount panorama before you do race cars, but with all three, but with multiple tracks, right? Because sports cars, you're driving around Brands Hatch throughout more and more Brands Hatch, and then full lap. Supercars, you do more and more Imola, then full lap. Hypercars, you do more and more Laguna Seca, full lap. With Suzuka, you do more and more Suzuka in the MX-5, full lap. And then in racing, you do more and more Mantorama with a fucking M2 and then a full lap, which I don't think is a good combo, because like M2 is a nice small zippy car, and then the Mount Panorama is just Mount Panorama. It's a different type of racetrack. I don't know. Maybe they could adjust like what type of cars and what type of challenges they are. Can you skip this phase to access multiplayer? The fuck do I know? I mean, it goes back again to the same. This, like, we don't know anything about this game. Who the hell knows? Yeah, I know. If only it was a possibility to mention that it wasn't a finished game earlier. I'm just gonna speed run through those, and then we get to actual proper race cars. And maybe I put my VR on. And why is it cloudy? Like, for example, this, right? Okay, so I experienced how it is to do the uphill section, because the start is at the beginning of the hill out of this slow corner, right? It kinda makes sense. Now, I found this really weird in this. I'm gonna go into the downhill part, and the downhill part starts literally before Skyline. I'm not even able to pick up any speed before Skyline. I would be top of 5th gear hill already, and I would have to brake into Skyline. Although I think in the beta, the starting line was even later. Like, it was just before Skyline. Maybe actually that was adjusted. Whoa. That was interesting how it just threw itself into a spin on the entry. I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to plow, and it didn't. Yeah, maybe. I can see something like Assetto Corsa completely fucking it up, Octavian, if they would give you a car that's rolling. Bro, where is my medal? Absolutely scammed. Yeah, that's what Octavian said. I can see them fucking it up, but I think it would be better if they could make it, yeah? Oh my god. But like those breaking points were for a different car. Oh yeah, okay. I can't read. Okay, it was horrible the way I've driven it, but I can't be asked to like properly hot lap it. Like I said, this truck car combo is not enticing for me. Is that actually the word that I wanted to use? I think it is. You see, now that you say that, I think it's a horrible idea. Yeah. I mean, that is definitely the idea. This emoji. Oh, okay. I had to lean towards the screen to understand what I'm looking at. Beaten it by 5 seconds, really? I don't think that would be that crazy. I mean, once you learn how heel and towing works. VR. It's time for VR. That is what I think. I think it's time for VR. So I'll turn that off. And I'll... oh shit, I clicked something. And I put this to medium. Just so it runs well. Just to make sure that it runs well, I'll put it to medium. It will probably run really well on high as well, but oh, fuck it, high. And let me quickly launch the game in VR, and we go into race cars. And for that, I need to enter race car mode. And put the Formula wheel on the Simucube. In the background, the VR is launching. So bear with me. Okay. This is on. And this I will unplug for now.
I love this wheel. Nice. This is on, open in OpenXR mode, and we should be fine. Should be good to go. It's a car. Well. Okay, I think you should be able, yeah, the menu you'll be able to see normally, I think. And yeah, let's go into racing. Oh yeah, and obviously I need to get my chat in VR so I can read your messages. Oh, okay. So you see this doubled. Let me see if I can go and stream it to you through Oculus Mirror. Because then you're gonna get way better picture than this. Yep. That is what it is. So, Oculus Mirror. Where are you? There it is, Oculus Mirror. Load the preset. Hello? It doesn't want to load the preset, or maybe keyboard. No, it doesn't want to load the preset. And then I need to do this, and I will see Oculus Mirror and my chat. Hello. And I need to alt tab into Assetto Corsa, and we are fine. And now view settings. Steering is working, shifters are working. Okay, we are ready to go. Oh wait, was there? Is it automatic clutch now, this car? Oh, it's automatic clutch, okay. Oh shit.
I think I might have it on Octavian. Okay. Whenever you just lock into ABS in a car like that, and I see it plows forward so much. And the whole FFB also goes dead. Oh, fuck. I forgot about the soft lock. That's the problem. Yeah, and it keeps on... Fuck. They need to introduce soft lock because it's actually dangerous. Like, because the thing is that I'm spinning, right? And then this car's steering lock is up to this point. But then my steering wheel, my physical steering wheel, keeps on rotating at full force, full speed, all the way to the actual 1080 degrees. And it's spinning like crazy. And it's... Jesus. I almost hurt my hand there. But I do not understand that language. Yeah, basically. It's CV1, not Rift S. I don't know if this has any effect on visuals or what here can I adjust. Oh, what were the controls again? Oh, wait, turbo on wasn't on. Doesn't matter. Okay. That was nice. Oh my god, and if for those who I'm getting like 38k, I'm at 1,000,000 already. Like over 1,000,000. Okay, so I was asked whenever we get to a cup car to say what I'm feeling about the car. Well, the Merc was really nice. The Merc moves around a lot, both on throttle and on the brakes, but then it's very easy in the Merc to go too hard into the ABS, and then the front end becomes completely numb, inactive to any inputs. It will not allow to like lock up the inside tire for it. The Merc ABS is so aggressive. Oh, this car is so stable on the braking, like... I'm trying to like put the load on the front tire, but it doesn't want to react to that load. It just keeps on plowing, and then I steer. And rather than tipping the car and pitching it forward, I just lock up. So yeah, you really need to make sure that you're braking in a straight line. Oh my god, the car just plows. The visibility in the wet is really weird. Yeah, the track guys are really nice also. Holy shit, what is happening with the OBS? Oh, wait. Are you also seeing those? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, if I just alt tab into Oculus Mirror, it's all fine. Okay, I see what's happening. see, I have that instinct from ACC that whenever I drive an ABS car and I have ABS, I want to... Oh, okay. Did my game crash? No, it just had a big fucking freeze. Whenever I brake and I feel like there's grip in the front, I want to start turning in and loading up the front end, slowly releasing this thing, right? But in this it seems like even if I have ever so slightly little brake and it just engages ABS, it goes straight. Like it goes straight. And I mean fucking straight. So yeah. So what I need to do for you to be smooth, I need to alt tab back into Oculus mirror. Yeah, we know that upshift paddle will get some oil at some point. You see, I turn, I have the brake, nothing happens. I drove through entire corner with full brake on. Because the ABS hits so hard, it's preventing any braking whatsoever. Like look, I can hold the brake, turn in, I'm holding the brake 100% while braking, you see? Like, huh? Oh, did I just close Oculus mirror? I did. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. Well, but the problem is that ABS, you can't rely on the ABS as much, but you should be still able to load up the tire and use their grip. And trail brake. You should be able to make the tire work in both directions, laterally and longitudinally, with trail braking, and in this seems like you genuinely can't. You have to separate the braking in a straight line and cornering a lot. And at that extreme case scenario, when I was like full brake, full steer, the car should still lock up. Like at that point, no ABS is gonna help you because you're sliding the tire at a ridiculous slip angle. And what do you expect? Oh no, this is not only wet; it's overall. Wet only makes it look even worse. 42k for this, Jesus. Laguna Keka. How does this lap almost beat the 3 stars? Nah, that needs to be adjusted. Oh wait, so I'm already getting this credit for this because it's my personal best, but now I'm gonna beat it again and get that money again. So from what I see, I think from what I tried last time when I wasn't streaming, it was that whenever you do personal best, you get again the reward. I mean, so far, right? I don't know if that's how it's gonna end up working, but so far, whenever you see your personal best, you get that full reward. Whenever you also get again 3 stars, but it's not your personal best, you just only get like small cut of it. Braking deep in the corners like that is so unsatisfying in this game because you just go into ABS and lock up. I want to try again. Oh wait, so now for 3 stars I got 86k for this challenge. Jesus. Oh no, I can't. Oh yeah, my wheel again trying to kill me. I again closed Oculus mirror for no reason. And not what I wanted to click. You see that understeer? Just full ABS plow. It's almost like I'm unable also to rotate the car on the brakes because I'm unable to load up the front and unload the rear to an extent that will actually make the car oversteer on entry. Not much really. Okay, 992 Cup car. You say now it's with ABS. Oh my god, the default camera settings. And it's very understeering on the default set. Wait. Sorry. Didn't his mismatch, this lap is invalidated and absolutely dog shit. Yeah, the default set is absolutely atrocious on this. And okay, even that lap beats this. Let's try again. But like even under series here, I think the default setup is just made in a way to like counteract any sort of 911 behavior that you could get in the car. But you can, I know that you can set up this car way more, well, I would say balanced. You could say aggressive or oversteer, but this is horrible. In terms of the default setup. The car, I can tell you, doesn't feel that bad if you actually drive a decent, more aggressive setup that turns with front end lowered, and because here the front is raised up and the splitter doesn't work anymore, and yeah, like we go into negative rake territory on the straight. It's understeer because of the set, but I think this car on aggressive setup, it's not that much different to the playability of that you get in the Merc, but then this has a lot more mechanical grip. It feels so bad on the setup because it, just like I said, it wants to eliminate any sort of 911 characteristic that this car could have and could maybe potentially then make someone have a it didn't give me stars. What the hell? We'll just do it again. It could give it could make someone have like a oversteering moments in it and stuff like that. So you need to bring its speed into the corner, rotate it with the engine inertia, be patient, and then it will turn. Like, look, go in and be patient, and it will slowly react to you. But obviously, don't be stupid as me and cut the curb in a way, like I did, because it just throws the car into the spin. See, like I'm being aggressive with how I just throw it in, and then it turns. I just need to then carry with that understeer through the exit, but then it's sort of managed by just nicely progressively bringing it into the corner with quite a lot of load transfer. Because normally you would be like doing the opposite of fighting that low transfer, trying to control it, and here you're almost trying to force it and rely on it. Oh, I again didn't alt tab. Sorry. I mean, it's a different tire model, so is it comparable really with ACC? I can feel it's the same car that's driving on a different tire model. I mean, that's what I can tell you. Yeah, that is true. Look, if you want to have a read on what is happening to physics, you know that at Nios's Discord, there is a lot of conversation about how the game is and what potentially might be causing whatever we're feeling right now at the FFB. And the general consensus is that yes, there is too little feeling about the understeer or oversteer, not really, but understeer. But it could be because of a bit of a lack of load sensitivity in the tire for now, and who knows to what extent the temperature, surface temperature differences, right? Because that will also affect how the tire produces grip throughout the corner and how it feels if like the surface temps just spike. Last one. Why is it cloudy? Like they could make it to be like a really nice looking buffer scenario. Cloudy. Why is it now locked to 45? ASW was supposed to be off. Why is my FPS 46 right now? I don't know. Yeah. Broke too late, started turning ever so slightly to maybe tip the car into the corner. Attempt at trail braking. Nope, it just locks up the front and just plows. But it's like 2 seconds before and ahead of the target. The targets so far are so comically low. Yeah, I will restart the game and I'll have a go at like an S2000 because I think S2000 had an updated sound. So as we completed, no, we didn't complete because it didn't give me 3 stars. I don't care about the stars. I'll just proceed to driving some other cars for fun. But let me restart that game and I'll just to make sure that nothing is gonna be really weird. I'm just gonna put it to medium preset. I don't know if it's really gonna affect it much, but just to make sure. Yeah, let me just restart the game. Is texture pro high? I don't know. I didn't check. Hello? Continue. Texture pour on medium. Another restart then. Will they reign supreme over polyphony? I don't know. That would be definitely interesting if they would do that. But yeah. Let me continue. Okay, they changed sound in S2000. Let's drive an S2000. Yeah. But for that, I'll put the different wheel on and just give me a sec. I'll just be right back. Let just the game load in. Okay, it's loaded. Give me a sec. Be right back.
back. Okay, let's drive this thing. Okay, the tire numbers are again as it is, 1.1 to 3.3. Zero toe on the rear as of default, as it goes from 0 to 0, 1. Front. And you can put it on Eco tire, Supercar tire. Put it on Eco. Okay. Oh yeah, round wheel. I was supposed to do that. Where is my round wheel? There is my round wheel. Yeah, I went through entire academy and now I'm just gonna test how the S2000 is, because I heard they changed the sound, so I want to see. Oh, nice, good luck. Yeah. Well, I don't know why I even plugged it in. I don't need it plugged in to drive a car without the. Okie dokie. Let's see how it feels. Oh yes. That sounds good. And it will sound even better on the main straight with the reverb. Oh, the car has so much play on Eco tires. It's actually very funny. It reminds me a lot of other cars that I drove on something you could say is an Eco tire. It has that same amount of play in it and like wobble, that of a very soft sidewall. Oh, that engine.
installed it. Beautiful. Let me change different pressures. Back to the bit lane. And let me see if we can play with it a bit more. Oh yeah, it does. Right now, that shift to VTEC is fucking amazing. Oh my god. I want this car so badly. I think it's the AC as it is right now is extremely grippy, so sliding a car like an S2000 is really difficult because it has little torque. I made it work earlier. Maybe I need to go with the pressures the other way around. Let me see. Also, tell me if the stream is now laggy or not after the game restart. Whatever. Oh yeah, everything seems extremely grippy right now in AC Evo. There's a lot of grip. Okay, we need maximum audio experience. Oh my god, listen to it. Okay. No, it shouldn't. Okay, perfect misshift. It's hard to maintain drifts in this thing because of the just lack of torque, obviously. Well, it's not meant for that, this car.
Yeah, that Hyundai is really good, really playful. Want to check something absolutely useless information. Okay. Kind of makes sense. I again, I think quit Oculus Mirror because obviously, why not? What were the other changes? Let me check the changelog again. Controls and UI. Remove so for physics, academic collisions for cones are gone. Updated audio behavior. Remove tire compound limits on setup. Updated the tire compound limits on the setup screen. Fix Mazda MX-5 auto clutch issue. Copy. Hyundai i30N auto clutch and auto bleep updated. Updated auto clutch assist. And that's all. So not really any changes to actual driving. Okay. So i30N you say is different. Okay. Oh wait, am I offline now? I am offline, okay. For whatever reason, but I am offline now. Yeah, but the default view I hate though. I need to go into motion, kind of approximate with the log to horizon where the like what actually is gonna be me sitting sort of leveled. It is what it is. Okay. Whoa. Looks cool in the night with all illuminated. Need to be really, I found really smooth in this game, and it will reward you. But then this car
dances so much on the brakes, it's really nice. And then the diff just hooks it up on the exits. This car moves around so much on its feet. This is really good car for like trying to feel out how force field is, even though it's front wheel drive, because it moves around a lot and you can feel a lot of that movement in the FFB. Because like right here, it just moves so much on the only on the entry, and it's just beautiful how much you can feel in the first cylinder. I need to understand how to rotate this car just by the perfect amount so you don't overdo it, because if you overdo it then you're gonna have to catch that and you kill off entire rotation and compromise the exit. I overdo it and just the slide progresses too far and it's gone.
This car is really nice. But I really can't wait for this game with like fully fleshed out the first final tire version, you know? That hurt. Okay. Am I? No, it's off. It just shows offline, so I'm not gonna be able to do that last change in the academy because that's all not possible to access. Yeah. Do you want to test anything else? Not really, no. No, Alcantara. Okay. Hey, is that gonna save? Because I'm not connected. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know. Bro, I would love to have one of those things. Such a nice car. Yeah, let's see what the future brings for this game because it's really promising. They do need tweak shit driving wise, but it's looking so promising. It really does. Let's see where the actual gameplay is gonna be, because driving is not everything. Yeah, it's gonna be fun doing the multiplayer together, but I want, you know, as soon as possible. Give them time, right? I'm happy to wait. Nevertheless, as soon as it's available, I want the tire to be adjusted and tweaked and be like, hey, we did this. Let's hear your feedback. People give feedback. Hey, with this again, this iteration, give us some feedback, right? Because, I mean, on the other hand, they have a whole team that does enough of comparison and let's call it the dynamic evaluation, car dynamics evaluation. That's what I mean. Dynamics evaluation. So they know what they're doing. It's just that I want that updated tire so I can be like, okay, this is how it is. What if the game could even then from then go into a certain direction? Because right now I feel in what direction it should go,
driving wise, and I'm hearing that those changes that I feel like are needed are being done. So I'm super happy with that. So I want to get that updated tire model with those changes that everyone is talking about that could come in the future and are being worked on, and see how that drives, because I think it would make it more complete. And then they're gonna build up upon that driving wise, right? Oh, it's gonna be such a good game. Enough of me waffling. It's getting late as well, isn't it? Yeah, it's time to get some food. Really, really nice. So yeah, my thoughts on the game didn't change. Like I said, I like to judge this game as very, very like really glorified demo. That is really all it is, I think. People, I think, look too much into it as what it says about a potential finished product that at the end of the day they bought into. They bought into the early access of that product, but I think this is extremely early access as well. It's not like, hey, we've got this, and this. Tell us what you think. This is way more bare bones, and I think people are looking way too much into it. And I might be wrong, but I hope that I'm not, and that it actually is gonna be that Kunos is gonna implement way more actual gameplay into that game that is like completely they're separated from the just driving part of it, right? And right now it's all about, hey, game engine is working, changes here, there, and there. It works on various hardware. It works for VR, but there's gonna be still changes to that. It works well on chip. Well, right now it doesn't work well in VR, and it doesn't work well in triple screen. But there's already VR and triple screen support improvements made clear on the roadmap. So like, they're literally releasing it, knowing that there are improvements to be done, and they're probably working at it as we speak, and they're scheduled for further releases. So let's see how that's gonna be on those other actual bigger updates with content, because that's what we know, that there's gonna be at some point content drop of potentially a car, surely a truck, because that's confirmed, and probably those bigger changes to an actual core game to again show us what that core game could be like. Or maybe it's just a content drop or bigger physics changes. I would expect to drop with those. I don't know, but it could be that. So really waiting and looking forward to those updates that are gonna drop the content, because we already know that there's Fuji coming as a track. We already know that there's Kota coming as a track in one of those updates, and as well in the trailers and in the teasers there was Watkins Glen screenshot. So I don't know if that maybe is gonna come also in early access at some point, if they already teased the track. That would be very exciting. So yeah, let's see. I see we're going in a good direction. Let's enjoy ACC online while it lasts for still what it is. I know the Mustang brought that game, but the last endurance race that we did, really enjoyed it. Looking forward to do it more and stream more, but for today, thank you very much. I keep on, like I said, waffling, and so I need to stop. I need to be stopped. Someone needs to stop this man. So yeah, thank you for watching and good night. Bye bye.